Well, good morning. It's Wednesday at more or less 10 o'clock. And that means that it's time for relaxing painting once again with Dice and Dungeons. We do this Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays with an occasional day off for vacations or breaks or things of that sort. From 10 until 2 with a break in between of somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes. So, you know, approximations. What we have been doing, what I've been doing for a couple of weeks now, is working on dungeon tiles, because in the 3D printers behind me, we print all of these wonderful dungeon tiles and then prime them and then paint them and detail them and wash them. And yeah, so what I'm going to do first is show you some of those, just so you get some idea of what we're working on. This is a rough stone. Move the camera over this way. There we go. This is a rough stone one that has been primed, base coated, and detailed with accent blocks. These are a different base color. This is done in blue. This is in gray. This is cut stone, so you can see that it's different. This one's been washed, and this one I needed to redo because the wash got too heavy and it wasn't uniform. But what's really cool about these tiles, and I want to show them to you, if you haven't seen it before, is that they're all done in one piece. All of this, I'll show you a corner. This whole thing is done as one solid piece, so you don't have to worry about the walls coming off, except for the base plate here. And underneath this base plate are ball magnets. Ball magnets rotate in these little wells, and what you can do is attach them to each other. And then they hold, and you can reconfigure them any way you like. It's really a pretty cool thing. Yeah, so you don't need any special metallic plates to hold them on. Once you put them down, you can very quickly reconfigure them any way you want, even during a dungeon battle. And yeah, that's what we're doing here. It's really pretty cool. Okay, this is one. I was wondering what was going on with this. This is one that there's no base on it. And you can see the wells here. That's where the ball magnets go. So this particular thing needs to be finished. So we print them, prime them, do a base coat, and then a wash. And the wash is primarily to highlight the surface texture. And that's washed and unwashed, and a blue coat. And these are gray pieces that have not yet been washed. I might get to those maybe Friday. But in the meantime, I've been working on wooden ones. These are wood floors, and these belong to sets that have a wood post and stucco walls. Those I did a couple of weeks ago. Did a bunch of those. These are floor tiles that go with that set, and these are done in brown and washed. And you can see that the wash picks up the wood grain really nicely, and these look very, very good. So I had about 10 of these that I finished up on Monday. They were just sitting here drying. And now I get to put them aside so that they're not terribly much in the way of what I'm doing today. Today I'm doing a whole bunch of doors and scatter pieces. So part of what I'm working on are crates. This got base coated. The inside of the crate, you can see that there's a raised detail around it. The rims of the crates. And I'll be painting that and then washing it a little bit later. This is a trap door. that goes into one of these, actually. There's a well cut into it, and a trapdoor goes in, and the trapdoor works, which is cool. And all of the doors work. And I've got 14 doors to finish up today. There are wooden doors. I base coated these and washed them Monday. And what I need to do today is paint. You can probably see these metal straps and door handles. Those need to be painted a silver color and then washed with black to pick up the highlights of the little nails. So I'll be doing that. And then these are what we'll call metal doors. So you've got wooden panels, and I base coated those and washed them, and you can see the mess that made as I got all of the insides of it done. What I'll be painting today is the metal frames and lattices. And then this messy door will turn into a really nice looking door. So there's like 6 wooden doors and 8 of these, I'll call them metal doors. There's a chest, and then the wooden part of that was done on Monday, and what I'll be doing today is painting the banding. There's all around the edges. There's a handle, there's metal banding, there's hinges, and a lock, and those will all be painted a dark metallic color. Countertops. Yeah, so part of what I need to do today is to try to get things sort of efficient. The trapdoor is done on the front, and that's where the metal banding and the handle is, but I didn't get the back because, you know, there's no place to really hold this except on sticky tack. So what I'm going to start with, I think today, is I'm going to paint the base coat on the bottom of the trapdoor, and that's the same color as all of the raised surfaces on these crates. And so I'm going to do those first. And then I'll be able to wash the bottom of the trapdoor. And these are countertops. These were base coated and washed, but the bottom is just base coated, so the bottom needs to be washed, and I'll do that at the same time as I do this. So yeah, that's what we'll be doing today. So I'll be using this paint, and I'll be using try this brush for getting all the raised parts of this. I'll be painting up to the edge and hopefully not getting paint on the base. And then once that's done, that'll dry, and gray wash. We're going to be using a gray wash on this instead of the smoky ink, which we use for the rest of the wood. And we'll see how that goes. The other thing I did one day was I finished all these door lintels. And these are the things that go across the top of the door frame. Okay. And these holes in the lintels hold pin hinges so that the doors actually work. And these they're just set aside today, really. So, yes, I will do a flip in just a bit. So that's what I'll be doing today. This is weird. This one got this far, but it was never finished. And I didn't notice it when I painted it. So that will go in the "this is weird" pile. This one, without the magnets and the base on it. Yeah, so I'll be doing that, and if I finish today with all of this detail work, for me that takes a while because I'm kind of slow at painting the detail. If I finish that today, there's a bunch of stone pieces that have been primed over there that get base coated in this blue color, and I will take that out. There's also some other things there. There's some bases for the counters that go underneath here. that, yeah, that requires some work. I have to figure out what color the stone, the base is stone with kind of wood supports on it. Maybe you'll see that later. And I don't know what color the stone was supposed to be. Anyway, things to find out. I'm going to stir this paint up. Those of you who have watched this before, occasionally I will show you the rotating thing. It's a, makes it for ease, scientific, basically. It's a motor that spins a little rubber bumper really fast, and it vibrates and stirs up the paint really well. Taking my glasses off because I can't see up close with my glasses. They're trifocals, and there's this little thing there, you know, people are doing this all the time, trying to read through the trifocals on the bottom. Well, I need to be able to focus on more than one tiny little spot in order to make this work. There. Oh yeah, flip. What shall I flip? I flipped alligator clips. I flipped, I don't want to flip this because I don't want to mess up the paint on that. Let's see. Flip a toothpick. That'd be boring. Okay, I want to flip this this paint. This is almost empty, so it's been kind of held upside down so that the paint drips out. Anyway, this is getting flipped. There we go. Or flips. It never once landed like that. Set that aside. Okay, well, let's start with something easy. I like to start with something easy because so that I'm doing the bottom of the trapdoor. Using this little brush because that's the brush I'm going to be using for the crates. And it's the one I grabbed. So this will take a while, which is fine because I have to, you know, fill the time here. I've got 4 hours to fill minus the break. But the other thing I'll say when, check to see if I'm on camera. Oftentimes not. So yeah, so I'm just painting this and getting a little paint on my fingers. And I'm doing this early on because I need to do the smoky ink wash on the bottom of this and the bottom of the countertops. Any of you been watching the North American weather? You know that there's just this big storm swirling across the entire country from north to south. Lots of snow up north. Unfortunately, some tornadoes and things hit down south yesterday, but yeah, there's kind of severe weather south of us. We're supposed to get wind, snow, and rain. And sometimes when we get wind and rain and snow, we can lose power. That's happened before. So I'll just say this, we do have a backup generator, but the equipment that we're using for the stream is not UPS. A lot of the computers in the house and the 3D printers behind me are on UPS, but some of the things, the computer and things for this stream are not. And so if suddenly the stream just stops, just like it's gone, it's probably because there's a power outage here. When the wind comes through, we live in a pretty wooded area. It's not unusual to have a branch come down on a substation or something, or knock out a transformer. Like I said, there's a backup generator and that'll kick in, but there's like a 10-second delay between a power outage and the generator coming on. And that's intentional, because sometimes the power outages are like even just fractions of a second, and it would be harmful to the generator for it to pop on and have to shut down that quickly. So there's like a 10-second delay so that the circuitry can be sure that there really is a power outage. And then generator starts up and we have lights, and even more important, the well pump starts running so that we have water. And in the winter, the furnace will run, which is nice, so that we have heat. Anyway, if there is a sudden cessation of the stream, that just means that the storm has arrived and has taken out some part of the electrical grid upstream. And usually it's possible to just reset everything, basically restart, just like starting the show at the very beginning. Usually it's possible to just restart things, and then the stream would come back on probably like 15 minutes or so after the power outage starts. You have to kind of power everything down. Up again. So that's a thing that could potentially happen today. Kind of hoping not. Like I said, there was some really severe weather in the southern part of the country yesterday. I guess a tornado just ripped through a town and caused a lot of damage. I don't recall hearing if anyone was hurt or not. I hope not. Let's see. So other than serious, not severe necessarily, but serious weather moving through, I don't think there's terribly much to report. Argentina beat Croatia yesterday. That's an upset that didn't happen. It would have been kind of fun to have Croatia in the World Cup finals, but we have Argentina, and I get, they deserve a chance. What's his name? Messi. Messi's kind of their star player. This is his last World Cup because he's up in his 30s, which for an athlete is old. For someone like me, it's like being a baby. But anyway, they won convincingly yesterday. They had one of those kind of cheap goals, on a penalty kick. But their other two goals were legitimate scores, so that's always good to see. And today we have Morocco and France. So definitely considered an underdog there. but has been on a real tear. They've beaten all of their old European colonial powers. Portugal and Spain, I think both at one time or another, held Morocco as, I'm not entirely sure about that. I think that might be the case. Interesting, I'm sure, exciting for Morocco. Colonizers, historically, long time ago, but you know, memories linger for a long, long time. But France was definitely a colonizer, and so this is, you know, interesting matchup between Morocco and France. France won the World Cup last time, right? In 2018. Defending champions, and they are okay. This brush needs cleaning because the paint's getting up on it. Yeah, so they're in the semifinals and have an opportunity to repeat. It doesn't happen very often. This is kind of slow detail work because I paint the raised surface, so I don't want to paint the surfaces below because I don't want to have to be doing a bunch of touch-up. Looking at the top, which is what I painted first, and I can see that little white spots form. So I'll be, after I do the second one, there's 2 of these crates, I'll go around and do a touch-up. Consistent thing is touching things up after they've been base coated. So these are going to dry. And then using a wash we haven't used before. It's kind of a light gray color. And we'll be using it on these crates. I've used it for samples, you know, test runs, I guess you call them. It doesn't work at all on a stone because it's too light to show. See how it looks on these. Well, yeah, just, you know, painting things here. I like to paint up to the edge in the bottom. That way it minimizes the chance of screwing things up. This gets a lot of rotation. Sorry, trying to get the angle of the brush in a way that minimizes the chance of a problem. Yeah, so today, starting at 2 o'clock Eastern time, so that's really convenient. I mean, it was very thoughtful for the World Cup to just start their game right when the stream ends. I guess they knew that they just couldn't stand up to the competition. The advertisers all told them, nope, 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 to not start the game before Dice and Dungeons Relaxing Painting is finished because you just won't have any viewers. I'm sure that's what happened. Anyway, yeah, you'll be able to watch this stream and then tune into the World Cup. And then get to see whether Morocco can pull off yet another upset. The thing that's been good about more recent games is that they've actually had winners during regular play. You heard me rant about this. How, you can play for 90 minutes, maybe even end up in a tie. See, play for 2 hours. Because they throw an extra, period in. It still ends up in a tie. And then you have what I call goalkeeper practice, which is a spot that I missed with the base coat. That's going to show. Yeah. So you play for 2 hours, and then you just all line up with penalty shots and do goalkeeper practice. And the game is all decided based on that. And it's all very exciting, It's quick, but you go, why did you bother playing all of that time? If all you're going to end up doing is kicking the ball one person while everybody else is standing around going, oh. You would bother playing all of that time if that's all you're going to end up doing. I'm going to go into this whole tirade about how different sports handle ties in a situation like the playoffs where somebody has to win, because you can't end up, doing a coin flip or something to decide who loses. I suppose you could do that. It might be almost as exciting, almost as fair. Anyway, yeah, these games have actually been ending up with somebody winning, and they've been winning with real goals and not penalty kick goals. Because it's always kind of sad, like if you play a game and the only goals that are scored in the game are penalty kicks, really? At that point, you might as well just have penalty kicks. You might as well just do goalkeeper practice. And team could be 2 people. That would cut down on expenses a lot. Yeah, you could have a guy who kicks the ball at the goalkeeper and the goalkeeper. And you wouldn't even need such a big field. You could really cut down on lawn maintenance. And actually, you wouldn't even need 2 goals. You just would need, like, what is it? Just that area right in front of the goal where the penalty kick is done. You just need one of those. And 1 net, because they just take turns. They could kick at the same net. Yeah, that could really cut down on the expense of the game, the amount of time it takes to watch it. Okay, well, I'm going to let this set and paint the other one, and then come back and do touch-up. It's pretty, see, like here, those little white spots there, those need to be touched up with a dark brown. Frequently, no matter how careful one is in applying the base coat, there's always those tiny little spots, and they're really are always tiny. It's like you use the littlest brush with a little dot of paint, and that's all it takes to fix it, but they oftentimes show pretty badly. So here, this is on the sticky tack here. one of the things I'm going to do when I'm touching up, when I come back around to those, is I'll be taking off the sticky tack to make sure that I get the very bottom, the base of the crate painted, so that there isn't like this little white line along the bottom where the sticky tack was. Speaking of penalty kicks, you get penalty kicks when the referee decides that, somebody significantly interfered with the progress of the ball handler. And it's been interesting to watch that happen. Because it's sometimes, it looks like somebody essentially arm tackles someone. They just jump on their back, take them down. Nothing gets called. It's not really that flagrant, but almost sometimes. And other times, someone just barely, actually sometimes not even touches someone. But the ball handler, notices that someone had come within like inches of them, close, and they flop on the ground and grab their leg, and they go writhing around and pointing and yelling and stuff, and then the ref calls a penalty, and there wasn't even any contact. Part of it is that in football, as opposed to football with an adjective, American football, we'll call it, there's this one guy running around, this one person, because there's now a woman doing this, that's pretty cool. Anyway, there's just one person running around trying to watch everything that's happening, doesn't always have a good angle on the play, and calling shots that can make the difference between winning and losing. And sometimes it's clear that either they were looking somewhere else, or they got distracted, or the player was just really good at disguising it. Someone gets away with a really flagrant foul. And other times, again, maybe because of the angle of the viewing, or maybe it's just because the player is a really, really good actor, a foul gets called, and you could end up with penalty shots that could decide the game. You can end up getting yellow carded or even red carded, having done anything, or you get away with it when you probably should have just been not even bothered with the yellow, but just red carded right out of the game because of what we managed to get away with. Anyway, the American football is what, 5 referees of various kinds watching everything that's going on in the field, and they hardly ever miss anything, and usually get it right. It's always amazing when you watch the replays. And then there's replays kind of routinely used to determine whether the call on the field was correct or not. It's unusual that a play actually gets overturned, and if it is, it's because the original call was just practically impossible to make. It was just so close. But in football, without an adjective, I mean, they do have replays now, but the opportunity for a missed call, one way or the other, is really high. Talking with my son about that, who said that he was watching a documentary once. I can't remember the name of the player. It was somebody famous. Essentially, he's saying, yeah, well, that's just all part of the game. Part of the game is knowing that there's just like one referee. They can only be in one place looking at one thing at a time, with one angle. They can't see everything from every angle. And so part of the game is getting away with stuff, one way or the other, like committing a foul and not getting called on it, or getting a foul called when there wasn't one. So apparently in the game of football, subterfuge and acting just as important skills as some of the others. You especially see that when two players are running down the field, and all of a sudden one of them will flop onto the ground and hold their leg and writhe in agony, start pointing at the other player. Sometimes they get a foul call, sometimes they don't. You know, 30 seconds later, that player's up and running around like nothing happened. I'm not saying that happens all the time, I'm just saying it does happen sometimes. That sort of thing has also become prevalent in basketball, where again, there's supposed to be limited contact, and so you get players who are known as great floppers. Ball, dribbling it down the court. Somebody comes up, makes a great defensive play, and the next thing you know, the dribble player is on the floor of the court, holding on to their ankle, pointing and yelling. When these guys are big and strong, or someone goes up for a layup, another person just barely touches their arm, and it's not even the arm they're shooting with, it's their off arm. Barely touches it, and boom, down on the ground they go. Because I guess you can't get a foul called if if you just play through it. But if you flop down on the court, any little incidental, inconsequential contact can be called as a foul. Anyway, I suppose the players kind of enjoy doing that thing, getting away with something on each other. They all do it to each other. It's not like just one team or one person does it. But personally, I just don't think that that's an entertaining part of the game. So that's something I just notice happens in a few sports. Like, it's very, very clear in football, without an adjective, that Americans call soccer, that kind of thing happens quite a lot. And it happens in basketball, with more regularity than it probably should. Here, that on your side, and then we'll let these dry. I think what I'll do is I'll touch up with the dark brown first. There's just little spots all over the place where I tried to get it up, into the nooks and crannies and crevices, and then obviously failed. Paint is getting a little skim on the top. So close to being finished, I don't want to pop it up and stir it up again. So we will go ahead with uncooperative paint here. When it does that, it's more likely to leave white spots too. So yeah, I probably should, but I'm not doing what I should in terms of giving it a stir, because it's so close to being finished. Side of this crate. You know, I guess you can't fault the referees too terribly much in situations like that. I mean, they only see what they can see, right? And if a player successfully disguises what has happened, either in terms of getting away with a foul or getting a foul called when there wasn't one, you know, I guess that's just the way it is. The alternative would be to have, you know, in a game like football, without an adjective, given the amount of the size of the playing field and the number of players, it would make sense to have probably at least 3, maybe even 5 referees just watching different parts of the game and places on the field. Like even in basketball, there's what? Teams are just 5 each, and the court is fairly small. There's 2. But tradition is tradition. And I guess that's always been part of the game, the acting bit anyway. Okay, I'll let those set and dry. And thank you. I'm going to pull out, this is the darker brown paint that we used for the base coat. You can see there's like, maybe you can't, just little spots that didn't get painted with this, and I didn't catch them earlier. Let's touch up those spots, and then I'm going to put the wash back door and the bottoms of the counters. And then I'm going to do the touch up of the light brown, because there's spots that need touching up. There's another one of these on here. No, I can't see it. Touching up with the light brown, and then I'll let that dry while I start painting some doors. And I'm looking at this, and it's like the paint needed to come up to the edge further, so I'll get that during the touch-up phase. Huh. You know, there was another spot, and now I'm not seeing it. weird. Okay, well, let's check this one out. Here. So that looks pretty good. The light brown does need touching up, so I'll be getting to that. But what I'll do now is I'll wash this off. Is, if you recall, I've got the bottom of the trapdoor and the bottoms of these counters that need to be washed with the smoky ink. These are the kinds of things where it's going to get all over my fingers, so I will waste a glove. Or like 1,000 of these all at one time. It was cheaper to buy 1,000, and sometime, 84 years from now we'll be using the last one, but it was cheaper to buy 1,000 of them than to buy 100. A good mix up here. And I'm going to use a little bit bigger brush because I'm getting it onto fairly large surface areas and want to spread it kind of evenly here. Don't get very much of it. I will attempt to do this. Especially want to get the edges there. So I discovered with this wash, getting a little on one's fingers isn't really much of a problem. Yeah, I need to make sure I get the edges here as I do this as well. Then get enough out. And then to do the last one, it's like when I did the wash the top of this, I got 3 of the 4 edges. So you can see the difference between the washed and the unwashed. Really nice, really big difference in the appearance of the wood. There's a little spot in the middle that isn't painted, but that was intentional because these get glued onto a base that will appear to be made out of stone with some wooden supports on it. And that need to be base coated later. And I'll probably do that once I confirm the color of the stone. I'm not sure if they're to be done in the gray base coat or the blue. So there, that was quick. Clean this out. And then what I'm going to do next is touch up the crates. Just to dry, and then I'll do a little bit later, maybe just before or just after the break, I'll be able to do the gray wash on those. Here as much as I can. This brush is nice and absorbent, which is good for painting large areas, but sometimes it's hard to clean and then it's all stiff later. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is go stir this up again because it was getting skimmed. Okay, and then these crates need a surprising amount of touch-up, both in terms of little spots that need to be covered and looking at it looking at it from the top. You know, what I'm not happy about with some of these is like where the line is on the bottom here. Okay, well, I want the light brown to be higher up, cover more of the bottom lip of this. I don't like that. Same thing here. Looking down on it, you want that edge to be the lighter color. So I'm going to go around and I'm just going to catch these little spots that are still white. And I'm going to go all around and do that. And then I'm going to pick it up off the sticky tack. And make sure that the bottom of it, where it's embedded in the sticky tack, gets painted as well. And this is the kind of thing where it's important to look at it from different angles. Like that I couldn't see initially. But there's a spot there that isn't painted any color at all. Okay. When I painted it originally, it looked like there was more that needed touching up than there is. I take this off, and like right along the bottom here, basically the bottom edge, I'm actually going to paint. That one's really bad, the bottom edge, and paint it onto the bottom. Just to make sure that, and you know, no matter what angle you're looking at it. Yeah, I'll even set it paint side down. It just doesn't much matter at this point. using a paint on that. It might stick a little bit, but that's the way it is. Just painted this one second when the paint was starting to skim up on the top, because then the viscosity is higher and it's more likely to pull away from the surface. It's like that same spot on each of these prints. There must be like a little variation in the width of the print there or something. Making sure there aren't any little unpainted spots in obvious places. And then these are going to be washed with some sort of, with a gray colored wash later on. You look finished. Okay. And like I did with the other one, pull it up with a sticky tack. And then paint the bottom edges onto the bottom. Getting the edges painted here, like here, that would show for sure, and now it won't. Okay, so that's pretty good. I'm gonna leave that there. Let's just brush off. Well, one thing I did today is I've been talking about this for like months, right? That can't be months. Since the beginning of November anyway. Is that the clock never fell back, so it was running like 55 minutes fast, 65 minutes fast. So it was like, if it was really 11 o'clock, my clock would show 12:05. So it was, it never fell back. And it was running a little fast even if it had. And I fixed that. So now the clock is showing a time that is very close to the one that is on the computer. Okay. This guy is done now. So this guy is done. That's another countertop. I'll put it over there with the done things. This is the trapdoor bottom. But the top of it needs to be painted, the straps and the handle. And so what I'm going to be doing next, try this brush and hopefully I can do it pretty well. Let's take this glove off. I don't need it now. got a half dozen of these wooden doors, and they were base coated and washed on Monday. But if you can see, there are straps across here and a handle, and that is on both sides, and those need to be painted silver, and then that needs to dry, and we'll do a very light black wash on it to make them look aged and to also highlight the detail of the little nails, the nail heads that are on. So yeah, what I'm going to be doing is holding them and very carefully painting the raised surface, and very carefully flipping it around and painting the other raised surface without getting any of the silver paint onto the bottom, because touching that up will be hard, and then getting the door handle done. I'm doing it on both sides 6 times. We'll see how that goes. We're going to be using this thing called chainmail silver, which is actually a really bright silver color. It will not look good. It'll look way too bright and clean as a base coat, but it looks pretty decent when it's washed with a dark gray or black wash. This has been used, mainly used for things like this and for minifigs. This is one of those things where the pigment has probably settled really quite badly, and it needs a major stirring. Make sure that whatever pigment is left in here is well and evenly suspended in whatever solvent. I've done these kinds of doors several times before. We practiced with different colors, different color combinations. Sometimes I like to use this brush. It holds a little more paint, but I have to be careful that it doesn't get paint onto the other side. So we're going to try it, and if it doesn't work, then I'm going to have to get out this itty bitty 3 bristle brush and use this instead. Anyway, we'll see how this works. Squeeze some out. Whoa. Yeah, it was ready to come out. And start putting silver paint on here. And if it works, that will be really good. Yeah, it shows up pretty well on camera because it's a very, compared to the wood, it's a very bright color. See how shiny it looks immediately. Here, I want to get right up to the edge. Oh, and there's a nail head right there. Over to get the edge from the other side. Arrowhead thing right at the end there. Okay. And I'm going to do the other one since I've got it in this orientation anyway. Door handle. It's This is the top of it here. So I'm painting the bottom of the door handle. Do the other side and we'll see that these become more symmetric. We have some other metallics. They're made for airbrushing, so they cover really well a lot of surface area with just a little bit of paint. But what we found for something like this is that they are too thin, because they're thinned out for airbrushing, and that's what I was not wanting to do. Not very much, but it's enough to really be a problem. I was wanting to not get the silver paint onto the wood, because touching that up will not be easy. I think I got it okay. So I'm now going to become even yet more cautious as I'm doing this. Oh, yeah, these bits are a little tricky because there's with nail heads, there's a fair amount of texture, contour. And so the brush hits the nail head, and it's not just a smooth line across. Quite a lot of paint came out, and tried to squeeze out like just one drop, but the paint was up near the nozzle and it came out pretty quickly, and so I'm hoping it doesn't just dry up on me before I have a chance to use it. We will see. So I'm also looking down on it because I want to get it up to this edge and just slightly over it, so that when you look down at the door from the top, it looks good. And then there's a little bit here, the back of the hinge, which actually can show as the metal goes down that far. So I'm going to get this thin little bit of silver on there. So that's what it looks like when it's silvered. Okay. And it's really bright and shiny, and that will dull down a lot. Like there's a bit there that needs to be touched up. So I'm going to have to come back with this. Unfortunately, I'll have to like put a dot of the base coat on it and a dot of the wash. There's 6 of these beasts, so we'll just count on having at some point to do some of that real fiddly detail touch up to make it look good, because that's going to show. That was part of that, trying to get the edges of the hinge just a bit too far over the edge. This paint is really thick. means that it's gumming up on the brush kind of quickly, so we're going to have to be, and it skins up. Anyway, yeah, just a little bit of challenge going on because of the texture of the paint. It is a little easier than using the metallics, which would be running all over the place, making the touch-up even more significant. But posing its own challenges in terms of coverage. I think what I'll be doing is that after each door, I'll be washing off the brush. Because this paint is so shiny, you know, that little spot that you saw on the other hinge, where it just went over the edge, up here, over there. I can't just touch that up with the wash, because the wash is translucent, and it will not cover. So I'm actually going to have to put the base coat brown on it, and because the base coat is so much lighter than it is when it's washed. Yeah, this one's done. Yeah, we'll just have to rewash it. And tiny little dots, you know, so it's going to dry quickly. Those are the kinds of things that, you know, make the difference between something looking really nice and just sort of nice. And we want these to be production quality, which means we want them looking really nice, not just sort of nice. I was wondering, you know, if we're going to put a dark colored wash on this, why not just paint them the dark colored metallic, like the steel color that we've got? And the answer to that was, do what I just did there, which is another dot. Because this is so shiny, just that tiny little dot just really jumps out. You really get rid of it. So we're going to be tiny little dot painting touch up later. If it is going to be trying to find those spots again, I suppose, you know, if you can't see them later, then they're not worth touching up, but nonetheless. So it was, well, if you're going to wash it to make it darker, why don't we just paint it darker to begin with? And the answer to that is that these have a lot of detail on them. All these little nail heads, and on the doorknob there's texture. And we wanted to capture that and show off the texture. And if we just painted them a dark color, I mean, it would be just like it is now. you can't see the texture. It would just be darker. I'm going to put a black wash on it, and then that will darken it, make it look worn, a little bit worn, but not terribly much, and bring out the texture of the nail heads and the door handle. The thing that's kind of nice about this paint, even though it's kind of thick, is that it covers really well. If it were translucent, it would be shiny, but it wouldn't look very good. These doors are pretty cool because they work. They have pin hinges in them. You go in where this toothpick is. And that toothpick was there to hold it while I was doing the brown, but it also holds them up so that they can dry after the silver is painted on and after the wash is put on. Because you can't lay them flat because there's paint on both surfaces, both sides. These pin hinges go in. There's a little hole in the floor of the door frame. And the hinge pin goes into that hole. And then those lintels that I showed you earlier get glued across the top of the door frame, and they hold the door in place. And then as you are doing your gameplay, if you come up to a door that is closed, which may or may not be locked, that's up to the DM. When you come up to a door that's closed, if it's not locked and you decide to open it, definitely not checking for traps. You don't ever want to do that. Or if it's locked and you manage to unlock it, you actually open the door and walk through. And that's kind of a cool feature. You don't have to pretend that a door is opened, because it is actually in real gameplay. Oh, the thing is, because it opens, you can look at which way it opens. You can decide to like hide behind the door as it opened, or the DM can decide that there is something or someone lurking on the other side of the door, and when you open it, they're behind it, and you walk through and they go, aha, we have you. And if you've got minifigs on the playfield, that is actually what you'll see happen. These are super high quality, extra luxury premium dungeon tiles. Printed, base coated, detailed, and working tiles that can be, because of the magnets in their base, configured just about any way that you want and reconfigured on the fly. They have beautiful doors. All right. Managed to do that. But there's silver paint all over there that I managed to get while I was painting up here, and it isn't even on the top. It'd be a touch-up, a significant touch-up. There's no way I can wipe that off with a wet rag. Yeah, I really can't see how that happened. So, yeah, definitely he's touching up because it's on looking down at the top of the door this way. Anyway, we will have practice touching up because each of these doors has at least one spot on them. And as I'd mentioned before, because of the way this is done, I can't just put a wash over it because the wash is too translucent and the shininess will show through. So I'll have to put the brown base coat down, and then pending like that, I'll just put little dots of wash on it. And I'll need to be careful with the wash so it doesn't darken it too much. Just the back of the hinge, okay? And we'll go on to this side. Once this door is done, we'll be half done with the wooden doors metallic base coat. And then we will do the touch-up, the brown and the wash. And then we will do the black wash on the metallic that I am painting now. So these wooden doors, steps, I think on Monday I counted 5. I have to print 1, prime 2, wooden base coat 3, wooden wash 4, no wait, 6, metal strap and door handle 5, and then washing those 6, so there's, not counting the touch-up, which you could count as 7 and 8. Yeah. Do that again. Print 1, prime 2, wooden base coat 3, wooden wash 4, metal base coat, which I'm doing now, 5, wood base coat touch-up 6, wood wash touch-up 7. You don't have to do that here too. Metallic wash. It'll be 8 steps, some of them longer than others, some of them a little more intense than others, but 8 steps in the production of one of these wooden doors. And this is step 5. Base coat touch up like there. And there. 6 base coat touch up wash. 7. And then the very careful application of black wash on the metallic parts. 8. So yeah, multiple steps with this one. Hope whoever has one of these wooden sets with wooden doors very much appreciates how much effort goes into it. Okay, so I got 3 more of these to do. Paint in there. There's still a fair amount of paint left, but it's just dried up and gummed up too much to use. There's a lot of paint on there that should be used, but it can't. Okay. So moving along, we will paint some more straps and handles on some more doors here. Because these are all hand painted, although they, real effort is made to make them look uniform, there are in fact no 2 alike. There's going to be slight variations in how far the paint goes up over a hinge or on a door handle like this. That's the kind of thing you get with any kind of hand done. If it's really hand done, is that you're going to get that kind of variation from one to the next. An edge, like along the top edge of this strap, isn't going to be absolutely perfect or the same on each one. Sometimes it'll go over the edge a little bit, and sometimes it won't. Sometimes that nail head will be, covered with paint a little bit more than not. You get that kind of variation. And sometimes, someone will look at that and say it's flawed because the line isn't perfect. And others will look at it and say that's how you know that it's real. That you know that it was really hand done and not just like stamped out or spray painted with a stencil. These, you will definitely see enough variation in a minor way to know that they're all carefully hand painted right here in Michigan. Well, the lights haven't gone out yet, so if the storm is arriving, either surviving it pretty well or it's not as bad as it has been in some parts of the country. We're supposed to get mainly rain. They were predicting yesterday that we would get like 3/4 of an inch of rain, which is a lot to get in a day. I know it's not a lot compared to like a hurricane situation where you can get like a foot of rain in a day. But for this time of the year, it's quite a bit. It's been kind of warm this week or so, so the ground isn't frozen, which is good because you get that much rain. And if the ground is frozen, it would just run off and get into the streams and things and whatever and cause flooding. Since the ground isn't frozen, it should soak in pretty well. And there shouldn't be any flooding around here, even in the major streams and rivers. Pretty lucky exactly where we are here. This whole area around in West Michigan, a lot of it is sand dunes. Just like you get along on the parks on the shore, along like inland, it's sand dune as well. So there's lots of sand quarries around. What it means is that in most areas, of this part of Michigan, water soaks in quickly. See, I just don't understand how those little spots happen. Even there, just a fair amount of touching up is going to have to happen. Like I said, tiny little spots of base coat and wash. And that won't be hard. It'll just be a little tedious. I'll just have to make sure I catch them. Okay, 4 down, 2 to go. This will be okay. I think I'm going to get the silver base coat on and finished probably just around the time it is to take a break. And depending on what the timing is, see, just again, it's like one bristle of the brush goes a little further and then you get a spot. And because it's that silver color, it just shows really brightly and you can't just cover it by putting on a dot of the wash. Timing of this, I'll be able to either do the base coat touch up before the break or right after. We'll see. We've got 2 of these doors to go, and I'm going to move it over just a second here. But the hatch of the trap door, either trap door or cellar door, depending on how you're using the room. Could be the cellar door, to a warehouse. It could be where you keep the kegs if it's a tavern. If it's like a thieves' lair or something, it could be a trap door that you hide under a rug, an escape hatch. Many uses for a door in the floor. So that'll be the last bit I do. with the silver. And I'll either take the break then or get out the brown paint and do a base coat touch up. Little silver spots that have appeared. Yeah, and there haven't been very many of them, and they've been in just weird places, sort of. Like, how did the brush even get there? Which is the mystery of the flow of paint. So while I'm doing this, if we want to, we can continue. I can continue my complaint about the quality of refereeing in the World Cup. Demanding a huge amount from a single ref to cover as much territory as they do, to watch as many players as they do, and to deal with the subterfuge. Either in trying to call a foul, usually that, when there wasn't one, get away with something, trying to do it out of view or otherwise masking it from the official. It just makes sense that given the amount of activity going on over a large area of the playing field, that there might be like at least three referees instead of just the I'm not an expert at the game at all, but I know that just, watching the replays that they show, there have been times that people have gotten away with pretty serious foul, but I also saw when somebody got yellow carded in one of the games. I think it might have been France, England, maybe not. Maybe it was one of the earlier ones, for basically being close to another player. The replay just showed the replay, and there was really like no contact, practically no visible contact at all. And I know that in the France-England game, France actually scored their goals. England got a goal on a penalty kick. Goalkeeper practice, I keep calling it. I will continue my rant about that. And then they got a second penalty kick. And just, that was called on a non-touch. I mean, seriously, there was just no contact at all. But the person in possession of the ball managed to be persuasive. Let's say that. Was persuasive enough to get the referee to call a penalty, and England was almost able, sorry about this, fans of the English team, this is just my perception of it, these do not necessarily represent the official viewpoint of Dice and Dungeons. They are just my personal opinion. Fans of England, but I thought that call was pretty bogus. And England almost tied the game based on that. But they missed the kick, went right over the top of the goal. English fans, it probably is true. where they saw things happening to the disadvantage of their team that the referee just missed. And they might righteously be pretty upset about that, like a loss of possession, or maybe a penalty kick that should have happened but didn't. Yes, inconsistent refereeing, phantom calls or missed calls, that kind of thing, they're just part of the game. You know that in American football, these kinds of rules infractions, caught or uncaught, become major issues. That's why coaches have the ability to challenge certain plays, challenge calls in many situations. Instant replay from multiple camera angles. And I think, I don't know statistics on this, but in the vast majority of cases, I think that it's the call on the field upheld. I will show my age. I remember when the first instant replays started happening, and there couldn't be challenges. That just didn't happen yet. They weren't using them to verify or overturn rulings on the field. But when we saw the instant replay, it was actually pretty startling how often the referee got it right, considering, you're looking at margins of less than inches in terms of whether somebody was in bounds or out of bounds when they caught the ball, whether a fumble happened because of contact with the ground or whether it was a real fumble or not. Even the placement of the ball, which is, things are happening really fast on the placement of the ball on the field, whether it crossed the goal line or not. I remember initially being amazed at how accurate the calls of the referees were when instant replays came out. And then they started allowing the replays to be used to routinely verify whether a score occurred or not. So later on, allowed calls to be challenged by the coaches. Anyway, I think that kind of changed the complexion of the game a little bit. There are still some things that are really subjective in American football. Pass interference is one. It used to be a while ago, a long time ago, people, but not that long ago for somebody who's been through it, that contact with the receiver just didn't happen. You just couldn't do it. Then they started allowing these bump and run things where if contact occurred within a certain distance of the line of scrimmage and didn't last for very long or something like that, that was permitted. That was a way of just disrupting the pattern of the receiver, which was kind of important because otherwise, too many passes were getting completed too often, and the game was just like throw catch. So that it was kind of uneven, to be honest, in favor of the receiver over the defender. But then you get this pass interference issue about the defender, make a legitimate effort to just catch the ball themselves, or they get in the way of a legitimate effort on the part of the receiver to catch the ball. And some of that does get really pretty subjective, especially if there's a potential of like an interception. And the defender is going up after the ball along with the receiver. Sometimes they actually even call offensive interference because the defender has a better shot at catching the ball than the intended receiver. And that's kind of an interesting situation. Anyway, those kinds of things occur. And even in a replay, sometimes you can't really tell what happened. So I think sometimes pass interference, the call is just so obvious. The defender just grabs onto the receiver and holds them. Sometimes it's just really subtle and you can't really tell what happened. There's always that issue of subjectivity. Another thing is holding. But the offensive linemen who are protecting, or especially on a passing play, when they're trying to keep the defenders from getting to the quarterback, or sometimes just the running back, they can use their hands just a whole lot more than they were able to. When I first started watching football, which would have been way back in the 1950s, believe it or not, they actually had television and they showed games. Yeah, it's like if you put your hand on somebody, an open hand, that was the deciding factor. Was your hand open? Was your hand like closed, not quite like a fist, but at least displayed that if you had an open hand on a pass rusher, you almost always got called. But now you actually have to like grasp onto part of their uniform in order to get called for it. And sometimes offensive linemen seem to get away with quite a lot, and holding does get called, and it's usually pretty legitimate when it's called. Like somebody grabs onto a defender and knocks them down. This isn't too bad. There's some touching up on this as well. But that's the trapdoor, and that looks pretty nice. Just here, the nature of this particular print is that it's really, I'll call it stringy. It's not smooth, and so that isn't so much on the lower surface, it's on the top. Okay, well, here you can actually see again just how shiny this is. That's going to look a whole lot better with the dark wash on it. Okay, so what are we doing? It is almost noon, and the next step is to go back over these and to do touch up with the base coat. The brown, like here, there's a spot there, and there's a spot there. That needs to be touched up with the brown base coat. There's a spot here where it just got over the hinge a little bit too far, both the top and the bottom, especially there. That needs to be base coated, and then it needs to be touched up with the wash. And I think what I'm going to do So I'm going to have to use this itty bitty little brush to do that because these spots are really tiny. And if I use this bigger one and I push the paint up to it, I'll be making a really big spot of the base coat as opposed to a tiny spot. So yeah, and then I'll have to come back with tiny little spots of the wash to touch that up, and I want to do that before I put the black wash on the metal. If a little bit of the black wash gets onto the wood, I don't think that'll be a problem, but anyway, yeah, that's going to need some touching up. So I'm going to be doing that, using this paint, touching up the base coat, and then I'll be using this wash to touch up the touch up. So I'll probably do the base coat thing, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to wash these crates with the gray while the base coat touch up is being touched and drying, and then I will touch it with the wash after that. So yeah, brown base coat touch up, wash these crates, see how they turn out, wash the touch up spots, okay, and then those doors will be done, except for the black wash, and then I'll do that. And what I have to do yet after all of those little touching things is I need to paint the frames and the lattice of these 8 metal doors and the metal detailing around the chest, which is done in the same color as that. Okay, so break time, come back, brown touch up, gray wash, wash touch up, and then wash the metal. I will see you in probably 15, somewhere between 15 and 30 minutes. It's going to be one of those numbers. See you then. Yep, we're back from a break. Took a little longer than I was planning on because I decided to eat something. Yeah, so what are we going to do here? We are going to do brown touch up. And while I'm doing that, we have these. These are the base of these. Okay. The countertops go on top of these. And they're made out of stone. They're going to be base coated gray, this color. But they've got these little wooden posts on them. And these wooden posts are painted the same color as all the other wood, except for the parts of the crate there. That is to say, the light brown, the flat earth, plus the same color wash. And since I'm going to get that color out, these are just some print issues here. Since I'm going to be getting that color out to do tiny little bits of touch up on those doors, I'm going to take the opportunity to just paint these little wooden posts. And when I get the wash out to do the touching up with the touching up, I will wash those as well and get that done. So the next step is to tiny bits of touching up, tiny little dots of touching on the metal band, the wooden doors. And I'm going to use a very fine-tipped brush for that because I want to keep those spots as small as I possibly can. Okay, this one looks okay. Just pull out the doors here. And what I'm going to do is, like here, where the paint just came over a little bit. So I'm going to try to get it just on the tip of this little brush. Just put little dots. Yeah, to touch up the part that needs touching up. And if it doesn't show much, really won't even have to wash it, but you know, there's a bright spot there. So that'll take a little touch of wash. I want to keep this as minimal as I can. Basically just trying to get, it's hard to see the tip of the brush. The tip of the brush is not going where I want it. To give up this idea. I'm going to use this really fine tip brush so I didn't get paint where I didn't want it. Working very well if I can't see where the tip of the brush is. Just tiny little spots of silver in wrong places. Yeah, I'll try to capture as many of those as I can. And then I'll do the touching up with the wash on the spots that show later on. Yeah, that break took a little longer. I decided it'd probably be a good idea to eat something. Did, and also the other part of the studio outside the door here was being used to record an introduction to the Dice and Dungeons Christmas special, holiday special. Which will be streaming, I think, fairly soon. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I wasn't here when it was recorded. So I'm not in it. My character's not there, but I'm looking forward to it because if it's as good as some of the other specials, like the Wild West one, or especially the Halloween Haunt at Hawthorne Manor, it should be pretty cool. Become a holiday tradition, maybe. And it's always good when something like that becomes a tradition because you can just play it over and over. You don't have to do another one. Like the cartoon version of The Grinch That Stole Christmas. There's just one of them. And you see it every year, and that's a tradition. You look forward to seeing it. Production costs are like zero because it's already been done. So you want something to become a tradition because then you don't have to make a new one. All you have to do is like record a new introduction or something. Anyway, yeah, they were doing a little bit of recording of an introduction for the holiday special. So watch the social media for the announcement of when that is going to stream because you are not going to want to miss it. It'll be really fun and cool. And you can also feel free at any time to watch prior streaming episodes of our Dungeons and Dragons campaign. It streams with a live chat on Sundays at 2 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time. So you're very welcome to join us during that live stream. And if you can't do it then, to catch it on YouTube. Or if you want, you can even listen to it as a podcast because there's just a whole lot of dialogue going on all the time. And it's almost as much fun to listen to as to watch it. In fact, for some people, you know, who don't particularly want to see me as Ulseth Ralph or look at the other characters, you know, that if that isn't something that's really important to you, you can listen to it as a podcast and it is just as good. So I'd like to invite anybody who's watching this, either as a live stream or later, become a follower, but also to join in on our Dungeons and Dragons campaign, which has been going on now for, I think, over a year. And it's been, let's just say that the DM is incredibly creative and sets up all sorts of interesting and unorthodox kinds of scenarios for us to deal with. We also do a fair amount of eating. It's kind of a food-centric thing. So on the lookout for outstanding pretzels, especially. Those have become harder and harder to find. Sometimes we settle for croissants and the occasional fritter. We did spend, in terms of game time, not streaming time, but time in game, something like a little over 2 weeks subsisting on beans and water because we were traversing a cave system with 300 changelings that we had freed from captivity. And just painting the wooden posts on the stone bases of the countertop things that I had done before. And these are going to get washed. Once it's dry, it'll be washed with that same smoky ink as the other wood. And getting it down onto where the stone is, because the stone will get painted later and gets painted up to the wood. Gaps there. So yeah, please feel free to join us as we do Dungeons and Dragons on Sundays. It's not unusual to see some of our dungeon sets show up on the stream whenever we have combat. We almost always have a dungeon set with it. Sometimes it's out in the open, and we get trees and tents and campfires and that kind of scatter that you get in the outdoors. Sometimes it is indoors, and it will occur with, like in a tavern or a warehouse, where you'll see the wooden floors and the stucco walls. Sometimes it's more like in a castle setting where you'll see the stone walls, either the cut stone or the rough stone, depending on the kind of place that we're in. Anyway, I'm painting these little wooden bits on the what otherwise is stone base of the countertop desk, whatever you make of it. Pieces. And the tops that I had done before, these. So after these are dried, and washed, because the wood needs to be washed with that same smoky ink. After these have dried and have been washed, then I'll paint this big gray color for the base, for the stone base. That'll be the same base color as some of the stone walls I've done before. These things that need to be washed with the same color wash, so they'll probably all be done at the same time, maybe on Friday. Okay, so those are those. I'm done with this paint for now. And yeah, well, those won't show. This bit here, that won't show, so it's okay. Paint that. What I'll do now, the gray wash, if I can. These crates, which will go back on sticky tack because I need to hold the wash. These crates are to be washed with gray wash. And so I'll be getting out this larger brush. Getting the gray wash and spreading it evenly over all these contours and attempting to get it down into the gaps between the boards there. See how those turn out. After I'm done with those, then I will get out the smoky ink wash, touch up the spots that need to be touched up that I touched up with the brown on the doors, and also these, because they should be dry enough by then. Now I need to find the gray wash. And the gray wash is in the same kind of container as all the metallics. There it is. Grease. I don't know if you can see it, but the top of this liquid here is very clear, and down at the bottom there is pigment that needs to be very thoroughly mixed in with this before I can use it. So you're going to hear the mixer here. I very thoroughly mix the pigment in with the solvent. One thing I discovered I can't do, which is too bad, is sometimes I like to turn them over and stir it at the top, but the vibrating thing actually doesn't vibrate, it rotates. And I did that with the gray wash, the dark gray wash. And it unscrewed the cap and spilled the wash all over the mixing thing and my hand. And let's just say people who are watching that particular stream got to see cleaning up. Unanticipated cleaning. Anyway, attempting to thoroughly mix this. I haven't used this gray wash on anything before, so I'm not sure, other than as a test, I'm not really sure how it's going to look. We'll dump some out and spread it around down here. And after it's dry, we'll see what it looks like. People will be satisfied with the results. So I want to get it on all the surfaces around, and basically I want to get it in the corners and in the low areas. It's what I want it to do is kind of just pool like that. Crannies so that it looks used, a little old, yeah. Yeah, so I'm not sure how different that's going to look than unwashed, but we'll find out when it's dry. After I'm done getting it onto here, all the sides, all 5 exposed sides of these crates, and get the bubbles out. Cool up where it wants to cool. Then we're going to get the smoky ink out again. And touch up the spots that I touched up with the brown paint before, where it was covering, basically covering little spots of silver. That was quick. Brush out. I'm going to try to use this brush for the wash rather than the tiny one, because I don't think the tiny one will hold enough wash to work. Anyway, this trapdoor came out okay. So I'm going to go back to these guys, and you see there's little spots. They're going to show up as light spots of where I touched up the brown. Yeah, it needs to be washed right there. They're really tiny. You know, probably just need little dots, little dash dots. Anyway, we'll do that just because it needs to be done. And then I'll wash those little pillars that I painted just a bit ago, because those need to be made the same color. I don't want to get it on too heavy, because I don't want there to be dark spots. This is basically just covering up the light spots. And there's 6 of these I need to do, so I'll just look them over. Some of the touch-up spots are so tiny you can't even really see them. These are a little bit more significant here. Make sure I get enough on there. Blends in. Not getting so much that it makes for a spot in the other direction. Yeah, like there's some touch-up on this, but the area of touch-up was so small I can't even see it now against the washed surface, which is good. The more invisible it is, so after I'm done with these and the little pillars on the stone support things for the countertops, I'm going to be painting the frames and lattices of what we're calling the metal doors. You'll see those again in just a bit. And that's the application of a dark metallic. Not like this shiny like this. These shiny ones, I mean, it looks really shiny, and it actually kind of flat at the same time, monochrome. Are going to be touched up with a dark gray wash. Make them look worn, and so that it highlights the little nail heads as well. Remember to do the wash on these. Okay, well, these look okay. And I'll just, this is dry enough to wash. Let's get some on the brush here and spread it around. I get the surfaces all kind of nicely uniform. This has a nice wood grain pattern on it as well, and want to be able to see that. You won't be able to see very much of it because the countertop will kind of cover it, but if you got a view from the side, you might as well have it look nice, right? And then you can see how it picks up the wood grain there. It's good. Compare and contrast. And we'll just get the other one and move on to I think it's called gunmetal. It's a dark colored silver. Dark colored metallic. Kind of running out here. I'll just use this stuff in the bottle cap. Usually there's enough kind of leaking around the edges of the bottle cap to be able to do something like this. Even when you screw it on tight, it just sort of leaks out. Kind of weird. Anyway, yeah. This all will be painted gray as a base coat. The back all around here, and then that'll be washed with a dark gray wash like the other walls have been. But what I've got to do now is we've got 8 of these guys, and I painted the panels and base coated and washed them. Always disappointing when that happens, when you do it like 3 different times, right? And then you look and there's a spot. Is the frames, including the outsides of the frames and the lattice, are going to be painted a dark metallic color. And then I'm going to be doing that next. This doesn't go very fast, so it might end up being about the last thing I get done today. So I'm going to dive into those and get as much done as I can. If there's time, I will put the black wash on the silvery trapdoor and other doors. If not, we'll be doing that Friday. So this paint hasn't been used very much. So I'm going to give that a really good stirring. It's another one of those viejos, so it gets squeezed out into the palette here. And I try to use it up as much as I can before it solidifies so much I can't use it. Anyway, we're going to try using this brush because these are fairly large surface areas. And I'm hoping I can get these painted, getting paint down into the panels underneath. Painting up to the edge because this is a raised surface. We'll be doing a fair amount of rotating. I'm only painting in one direction. And I'm going to do this on both sides, and then I'm going to hold it with the toothpick and get the edges. But you can see how this is coming along, and it transforms it from just looking scuzzy to looking pretty cool, actually, right? Because it's a raised edge, you can get a nice clean line, but just painting up to it and not over it. Not necessarily painting all the way up to the edge here. I want to capture that when I'm holding it with the toothpick and doing the edges. Because you need to hold it somehow, and holding it on the sides is, for me right now, the easiest way to do this. I've done this before I've talked about the metallics, the Viejo metallics that are made for use with an airbrush. And these really good paints, they cover a lot of surface area with just a little bit of paint, but they tend to be really thin because they're made for use with an airbrush, and as such, there's this tendency for them to run. These are a little more viscous. The other paint, when you get it up to the edge, sometimes it just goes right over the edge, down onto the panel below. And then touch-up was kind of tricky. Anyway, except for the very edge here that I'll be painting, like I said, a little bit later, you can see how that can be transformed into that. And now it looks like a really nice metal door with wooden panels, right? So we will continue on this journey of painting the lattice in the frame. Is to not put a wash on the metal, but just leave it this color. And I think it'll look okay. It should look good. But we'll see when it dries. Almost made a big slip with the brush there as I was bringing it up to the surface. I wasn't being careful, and I almost dived right onto the panels underneath. I'm going to slow down just a little bit. Although I want to get these done, don't want to have to go back over and do the wooden panels. Getting down in there, getting the touch up right it's just a little bit beyond my, it's just more work than I really care to do. So we're doing an ounce of prevention kind of thing here. Like I said, I'm not going all the way up to the edge. I'm leaving that. We'll see it in just a bit. Get the lattice in the edges done inside the frames. This whole outside needs to be painted as well. So this toothpick that goes into the pin hinge hole becomes my holder. Finish up. The outside of the frame and the edges where I had been holding it. These will actually show. That's the top of the door. When the door is opened, you'll see the top of the door. So I want to make sure that that's painted the frame color. And similarly, you'll see the sides of the door. And make sure the frame is painted here. What you won't see is the bottom of the door. But I'm going to paint it anyway. Just, to make sure that all the surfaces are nicely covered. We could use a little bit larger brush for getting these edges, the edges of the frame, but this paint is out and about, and this brush is saturated, and it's working pretty well. So we're not going to mess with success. And let's see, we'll just do the bottom of the door and then look all the way around it. Make sure I didn't miss any spots. If I got missed or if it got bumped. Okay, so we'll turn this up. Like all the lattices are painted. Frame is painted. Got that side, got the top. Okay, so that is now. Here's a before and after. This is upside down. Before and after of what the doors look like. The metal door looks pretty good when it's done. So, as long as this paint is still alive, grab this by the edge again. And do the same thing with this. And this one and the other 6 besides this one. until we get to 8 of them finished. Checking to make sure I'm still in camera. So while I'm doing this, to talk about, he's talking about officiating earlier, and how apparently deception is a part of the game, particularly in football. Football, we Americans call soccer, not American football. And basketball are the levels of deception. Either trying to get a foul called when there wasn't one, or get away with committing a foul without getting caught. I think that the deception acting is maybe an accepted part of the game. Because in the World Cup, I don't watch the football that often. In the US, we don't watch soccer that much. Let's just say that it looked like the officiating by the one referee who has to cover the entire field and all of the players was maybe a little uneven. That is to say, some obvious fouls were missed and some fake fouls were called. And in some cases, it was even of the nature what it could have, if not in actuality did, affect the outcome of the game. It's over there where I didn't want it. I'm actually going to just take a real quick stop and grab some of this. Try this. I'm going to try to see whether I can't just cover that up with the wash. So little of it, it might just work. To be a little bit more careful, I guess. Anyway, yeah. Creating is difficult, and the players know that. So they'll do what they can, I guess, to get away with things in both directions. What I'm going to do after doing this one is because I think it's important, I'm going to take a quick break to make sure that DM is satisfied with the color. The steel color, metallic paint that I'm not using, is a little darker than this. I think this looks pretty good, but before I paint 6 more of these, sure that it's satisfactory. It's much easier to use than metallic paint. Yep, goes on. That stuff goes on really smoothly, but as I said, it's designed for airbrushes, and so it will tend to run from the tops of these surfaces down into the panels below. So it requires a little more touch-up than you might need just using this. Yeah, I'm thinking up to the edge, kind of like up to the edge from the bottom. I guess you might say that in terms of the orientation of the brush and the stuff that I'm painting. Do not get paint down into the panels below. What that means, I get to rotate this around and around and around. Okay, then I'll hold on to it here while I paint the edges all the way up to the edges where I was holding them before. The edges of the frame and also the outside edges of the door. Things will show. After I'm done with this one, I'm going to take a real short, unplanned break just to confirm colors. Okay? Like I said, there's 8 of these altogether, and I want to make sure that before I paint another 6 of them, that if there's satisfaction with the way the color looks. Color is a little different than the one that we have used in the past. It's actually a new color that came pretty recently with a set of colors that we purchased. I think it's a pretty nice color, but I'm not the one who makes the final judgment about these things. I couldn't really see it from that angle, but when I flipped it up, and so for number 2, I just put that in the water in the drying rack. And I'm going to take this really short break that I had mentioned just to make sure that people are happy with the color combination. I'm going to be back in definitely less than 10 minutes. Okay, we got the official. Looks good. And so I'm going to take that as 2 down, 4 to go. Oh, wait a second. There's not 6, there's 8 of these. 2 down, 6 to go. Yeah, that should end up using up most of the time that's left here. If not all of it, if not more than all of it. Squeeze out gunmetal and spread it around on these doors. Yeah, there were 6 of the other door, 8 of these. Anyway, yeah, I used up my rant about officiating. I think that I have to say that given the number of officials, the use of instant replay officially with some frequency, that officiating in American football is actually pretty good and consistent. I don't think they miss very many things. Infractions that should be called, I don't think they miss very many of those. It's surprisingly good at calling things that are very, very fast and hard to see, like whether a receiver's feet are in bounds after a catch, crosses the goal line or not. And I don't think that there's terribly much acting going on in American football. I mean, if a receiver is going out for a pass and they're bumped by a defender, it would be actually pretty foolish for the receiver to take a flop trying to call a penalty. Odds are they wouldn't get away with it because the officials are watching really closely, especially pass defense. Pass interference calls, in terms of the amount of the penalty, are very serious. But more importantly, if you take a flop, you're on the ground, you can't catch the ball. And the whole point is to catch the ball, not be flopping on the ground. Anyway, there might be some. Or like if there's offensive holding, a pass, somebody's pass rushing. Defensive lineman is coming in. The guy who's trying to block, he grabs onto holding. There's really not much point in flopping to the ground because your job is to tackle the quarterback or the running back. And if you flop on the ground trying to get a holding call, which you may or may not get, then you're not in any position to make the tackle. Anyway, I'm not saying that American football is, totally clean game and nobody gets away with things. I'm just saying that the incentives aren't there and the ability to pull it off. Especially trying to get a penalty when there isn't one, there isn't too much incentive to do that. In fact, there's some disincentives to build into the game. Unlike like in basketball, going up for a shot, it's either going to go in or it doesn't. Either way, it doesn't matter. If you can draw a foul, you'll either get an extra penalty shot, or if you make the basket, or if you don't make the basket, you get shot. So the incentive there is pretty strongly to attract a foul whenever possible. So there's a lot of flopping around in basketball. Tiny little non-existent touches suddenly. 6'6", 240-pound small forward onto the court. Yeah, right. Okay. As I was railing about that, I managed to get some silver paint way down into here somehow. Weird how I managed to do that, but I did. A little less ranting about officiating, and a little more attention to the painting is probably called for at the end. But, trying to fill the time with something that's not at all interesting to most viewers. But, same thing as I did on the other ones. I'm rotating this around to get at the edges from the bottom to the top, so to speak, as much as I can while I hold on to it by the edges. And then I've got this toothpick that I can use to hold on to it while I finish the edges of the frame and do the sides of the frame as well. Toothpick fell out, so I'll have to reinsert that. It goes into the little hole on the top or the bottom, depending on the direction I'm holding it. Hole there that is designed for the pin hinge, a little pin that goes all the way through the door, top to bottom, attaches to a hole in the bottom of the floor tile and goes through the top of a hole in the lintel that is glued on over the top of the frame and holds the door in place. And then that allows the door to swing open and closed. So you have very realistic gameplay then with these doors. At this stage of the painting, what I want to do is make sure I get all the way to, that I cover the frame and then the sides of the frame as well. Because I didn't paint all the way to the edge of the frame because I was holding the edges. What I learned there is that this paint gums up pretty quickly. You need to put less of it in the little palette there, because then forms a skin and it starts to dry out and it becomes kind of unusable. Usable is not a good thing. Keep rotating this because there's like this whole side of one frame that didn't get painted. And I definitely want to get the top because when the door is open, you can see the top of the door. Well, except for this little bit here, which is where the hinge is, but we'll paint that whole thing. And then just to do it, we'll also paint the bottom. Okay. So I got all the surfaces of this one. That's 3 out of 8. Some of this paint is still okay, so I'm going to continue using it here as much as I can. Got a bunch of little stuff done today. Managed to finish a couple of crates. They are now fully painted and washed in the gray wash. Let's see if people are happy with how that turned out. If not, they can be repainted. Got the metal straps and door handles silver base coated on the wooden doors and did the touch up that was necessary on those. Also a little trap door. We're getting these doors. Once the metal part is done on these doors are done. Oh, there's no more washing to be done on these. So I'm not sure if I'll get all 6 of them done yet today. It's like 20 minutes left. They might be able to get the silver, the metal parts of these doors all done. Did some little miscellaneous bits and pieces like the wooden posts on these stands for the countertops. Yeah, finished the bottoms of the countertops. That was good. Because I needed to stay out of the part of the studio where some recording was being done for the introduction to our holiday special, our Dice and Dungeons holiday special. Watch social media for when that will stream. I know I don't want to miss it. I didn't get to play in it. But some other newer party members got to join in. Not the same. It's not the same party as our regular Dice and Dungeons campaign. This was a holiday special featuring, I believe, Dragons? I think it says the holidays like dragons. Anyway, they said it was a lot of fun to record, so I'm expecting it'll be a lot of fun to watch. So keep your eyes and ears open for that. In this relaxing painting with dice and dungeons will continue to appear on virtually every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That was a mess I just made. From more or less 10 until more or less 2. Yeah, I really messed up this one. So as soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to try that technique of just touching it up with the wash, because that seems to have worked. At least on tiny spots. These are a little bigger than some of the others, but we'll see how that goes. I want to get those as quickly as possible. Let's see. I'm going to use up the paint that's in here first. Let's finish painting the frame here, and maybe one of the edges. The paint that's still usable. Bottom here. And that's the end of that. Pull this out. And let's see if I can't fix these just by making them darker. That little bit's not a problem. It's just a tiny little spot. But here is a bigger spot. This is the biggest touch-up to have been done yet. And you can see what happened was there's the little hang thing on the print there. Put the ink down on there. Make it look maybe like a dark corner and not a silver spot. Anyway, hopefully that'll be okay. When it dries, it evens out a little bit. Squeeze out a little bit more. And finish up the frame on this one. The frame and the sides. And we'll get the temp for the door. And the inside edge, this edge is opposite the hinge. And that will definitely show when you open it. Get the corners. And then the bottom. It's kind of interesting when you look at it with the light from a totally different angle. You see spots that look like they were covered that, look like they're not. Just about half, right? Ace, 2/4, 8/16, 50%, halfway there. There's only as much to go as you've already gone. That is not the most encouraging way to put it, is it? It's what you've already done, you need to do again. Unless it was something really easy, like, well, that wasn't bad, that was really easy. And then you can say, oh, the rest of this won't be too bad because it's just doing what I've already done. That wasn't too bad. On the other hand, if what you've done was like, you feel like you just can't really go on anymore, kind of, to say that you need to do it again is not encouraging. So you're being halfway there can either be a very encouraging thing or a pretty discouraging thing, depending on your experience in the first half of the halfway there. In this case, painting these things hasn't been that bad. So being halfway there is, it's just fine. And how do I keep getting the brush down in there? Not anywhere close to it. Okay, I'm going to let it dry a little bit and come back to it. Otherwise, I'll just spread the silver around. It's like a 32nd of an inch deep, and it's really a long way down from the top of the upper part of this print here to the panels below. So I'm not sure how I managed to do that. I'm not even sure there's anything there. It looks like it's just, almost like a reflection more than it is actual paint. I might just decide to leave that alone. Yeah, it's paint there though. This has worked okay on some of the other spots, so I'm just going to do it. I'm going to get some ink on the tip of this little brush and just dab it. And then either really or imagining little bits of silver.
Probably going to have to, next time we do a paint over. Oh, look seriously at buying more of this gunmetal color. Really used it much before, but yeah, we're going through a fair amount here on these doors. Interesting to me is that I'm holding the door with my left hand, right, holding it on the edges, and all the paint I've got is on the right side. So I must have grabbed the frame. It's like I grabbed the frame that was already painted something. I know I probably did that when I was doing some touch up. He's like, oh, I need to grab this. It's always kind of fun painting up onto a raised surface like that to make a nice clean line. It's fairly easy to do, but it makes such an immediate change in appearance of the work surface. It goes from this is really ugly, scabby looking to, oh, that's how it works. And the same is true in, like, if you're painting your house or something, and you paint a wall and then you decide to do the woodwork later, or vice versa. Like, you do the woodwork, right, and you get the woodwork paint down onto the wall because make sure that you get all the surface of the trim painted. And it just looks really messy and sloppy. But then, you pull out, after the paint is thoroughly dried, pull out your masking tape, tape off the woodwork that you painted, paint the wall, pull the tape off, and you get this really nice clean line, and everything looks so different than it did before. This went from, boy, that's really ugly, what an ugly mess, to, it looks pretty nice. Just hold things in a certain way for fingers decide to know that. And that just happened. You're getting the corners. When I look at it at a certain angle, the corners are usually the things that look like they've been sort of missed. And then the top. In this case, the top is here. I know on several others, the toothpick was on the bottom of the door. This one's on the top of the door. The toothpick goes into whichever the top or the bottom hole holds it better. And some of them are printed really tiny and they'll probably need to be drilled out later. And some of them are really big and the toothpick goes in too deep. Anyway, this one is top and most of the others had been on the bottom. Oh, there's another door. Another metal door. Minutes left and 2 more doors to go. I am not going to be able to finish these here. I'm going to finish this door, which will take me actually a little past the usual ending time. Not that I couldn't keep going, but there are other things that need to be done today. So I'm going to finish this door. It'll be a little after 2 when I'm done. Friday, I'm going to come back and finish the other 2 doors. These metal doors. And this chest. It has a lot of trim around it, lock, handles, that kind of thing. It's going to take some sort of detail attention. That trim is painted the same color as the metal on these doors. Do that chest. So I'm going to finish these doors on Friday. Finish the last 2. Paint the trim on that chest. And then I'm going to get out the gray wash and be washing the straps and door handles on the wooden doors and the trap door cover. See that change? That will be a pretty significant change in appearance. You can see here how shiny that is. So it's going to significantly tone down the shininess and bring out the detail of the hobnail, the nail heads that are holding the straps on. This doesn't have any detail. It's just, these are just flat surfaces. So making a decision not to bother washing these, but to paint them a darker color, just to begin with. Washing them, and unless we wash them with a brown color, and we've done that in the past, to make them look rusty. Sometimes you want your door to be rusted. But we're not doing that because the sets to which these doors go are sometimes designed not to be old and decrepit and rusty, but to be like a castle. But that's an option. You know, for example, if someone wanted one of these sets to be, you know, a castle that had been abandoned for a long time, say, and all of the metal, including the door frames, would have been weathered and rusted, then this could be painted very easily. Well, relatively easily for some people. For me, moderately easily. Just get our little brown wash and go over the metal parts and make it look rusted. Okay, so, when you're dealing paint on things, there's a lot of different ways. You can take the same surface and make it look really different from one example to the next. And most of it has to do with the finishing stuff, like the washes or the dry brushing, the detailing that a skilled painter could do if they 3D print like this. So to recap, everything I'm painting here has been printed on the 3D printers, one or the other of them that are behind me. And then they're primed over in a paint box over to my left. And then depending on how many steps it takes to finish, like these are printed, step 1, primed, step 2, door panel base coats, 3, door panel wash, 4, metal frames and lattice, 5. And if there's a touch-up on the door panels, that would be 6 steps. The wooden doors actually turn out to be more complicated. Those are an 8-step process. When I was painting the metal straps on those earlier today, I went over those 8 different steps that you need to, that includes the touch-up. The 8 different steps it takes to finish one of those wooden doors. Some other things, like the lintels, the 4th step, you print them, you prime them, base coat them, and wash them, and that's it. I guess I'd say the floor tiles are 5 steps. You print them, prime them, base coat them, touch up the base coat, because there's always some little spots that need touching up. Always, always, always. So you print, prime, base, touch, wash. And for almost everything, if you include the touch-up, there's like 5 steps needed from start to finish before one of these little pieces is done. Because they're all printed and every step is done by hand, giving you a premium quality piece, like this door. The door, once the pin hinge is put in there, opens and closes. In the door frame that's built into the dungeon tiles. Anyway, yeah, I've got 6 of these 8 done, but we really ran out of time. It really did. It'll take probably another 15 minutes to finish the other ones. So on Friday, I'm going to finish the other 2 doors, ones that look like this. Ones that look like 2 of them, and 2 ones that look like this. Not exactly, because this is a double door. That's a single door. But that little detail aside, we got 2 more of these to do. And then the very shiny straps here need to be washed with black wash to tone them down and to highlight the nails. that are holding on the straps. That's a little detail of the print we don't want to lose. So I got 6 of those to wash. The trapdoor was washed the same way. This chest will get painted, the banding. Okay, that'll be done. And then I'll probably I will definitely gray base coat the stone on these bases of the stands, okay? And then the wash on this is the dark gray wash. I think that's the same color I'm using on the straps. Yeah. So if I paint these like right away early in the show, they'll be dry. And when I do the gray wash on the straps on the doors and the door handles, I'll just get a bigger brush out after I'm done with these, and I'll wash that too, and then those will be done. So that is what will happen on Friday, and there will probably be some time left, and I will use that time either to do dark gray wash on all of these dungeon tiles that I did earlier in the week, or since there's yet more that need to be base coated and then washed with the same wash anyway, the gray and the blue base coated tiles get washed in the dark gray wash. I might just spend some time base coating. I don't know, it looks like there's 5, 10, 15 dungeon tiles plus some pillars and things. I might just base coat those in the blue, let them dry, and then do a whole lot of dungeon tile washing at one time. Anyway, that's it for today. Thank you for joining in. Hope to have you all join back again on Friday at 10-ish, give or take a couple of minutes, until 2-ish, give or take a couple of minutes with a break in between, as I finish up these little pieces here, and then start working on some more walls and posts. And then next week, it looks like, there's some real detail stuff there. There's a throne, there's a sarcophagus, there's a flame for the flame trap, and a gas cloud for the gas trap, and a cauldron, and a fireplace. Okay, cool stuff. Yeah, maybe I should, the fireplace is painted some of these same colors, so maybe I'll pull that out and work on that too. Anyway, there's a bunch of miscellaneous stuff. It will be sort of interesting and sort of dull on Friday as I finish up some interesting things like this chest, and you'll be amazed at how cool this looks when it's done. And some boring things as I paint base coat on some dungeon tiles. And then next week, I'll either be doing a whole lot of washing of dungeon tiles, maybe, or I will start working on some real detailed stuff, like the sarcophagus and the throne and the traps. Anyway, thanks for joining in. Hope you join in again on Friday, but more importantly, watch our Dungeons and Dragons stream Sundays at 2, or catch it on YouTube or podcast. We really appreciate your support. Thanks again. See you in a couple days.